No, well, let me check.
I can get it if you need to. Two viewers.
So those are, well,
Oh.
so they're $25 and you get.
Last page was
Only
Joker.
900. Well, Jared, if Corey wouldn't have written one of those checks,
Yeah.
we'd be in good shape.
I think 80% of my
Well, they're not medical,
accounts
right?
payable.
Was one bill?
Do you see the biggest numbers is
May
on your
19th,
income?
that's not it, is it?
Yeah. Maybe like that for now.
So.
Hey, Patrick, you be around to your office after a while. We get done with boards around noon, or do you
I
have?
gotta go help Lori with the computer, but then
Okay. I'll give you a ring.
I'll probably be at my office working on her computer if it's as bad as.
I have a conference call with IEDA at 10:45. IEDA, 10:45, so I might miss pickleball. And who's the other one? There's
Your
another
buddy
one there.
Ron?
That's my mind.
Romans.
Oh, yeah, Randy. Don't let her today.
Are we on?
Yep, you're good.
All right. Welcome, everybody. It's Tuesday morning, Monday for some of us.
Yeah.
We'll call the meeting to order.
I'll make a motion to approve the agenda and accounts payable as presented. We have no liquor license today.
4 minutes.
No,
4 minutes
we're gonna
because the auditor doesn't quite have them done because she thought she had Monday.
We were blaming you, Julie.
That's fair.
Just because you
That's
weren't
just
here.
fair,
Did you
no matter
take the
what.
blame for me?
We're
Right,
here for you
right.
when things go wrong.
And I seconded.
We've got a motion and a second to approve the consent agenda. Is there any discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor? Aye,
Aye.
I,
motion carries. Oh, do we have any visitor resignation or resignation? Yeah, any visitors gonna resign?
It's gonna be a long day.
It is, it is.
I had
For
a
the
calm
record,
week.
we're all sober.
I had a calm week last week.
So did I. It was kinda nice. It was kinda nice.
I had a conference call for Boost for Family, and of course, we're very concerned of what the schooling and the preschools are all going to be. So it was time for budgeting and giving the departments their money, but we're just going to run with it like we normally will, and we'll just hear what the schools have to say and kind of take up from there. There's nothing else we could do, but we just have to assume that it's gonna go with August and go with the budgets.
Okay, we have Larry Hurst and Julie Lines from Public Health. And Lori Griner. We can't leave Lori out. Lori's here too. We want to get her in a minute. To give us some updates on the COVID-19. Go ahead, Julie.
Okay.
Lori.
As of today in Iowa, there is 17,669 positive cases. They're trending for 1 in 23 Iowans have been tested. You might have noticed yesterday we pushed out some press releases and some notices to our board that we had 2 additional positive COVID-19 cases in Mills County. That brings our total to 16 positive cases. We have 11 recovered, And in Mills County, we've had 1,127 people tested.
So we have 16 still positive, or we have 16 and then 11 have recovered?
16 positive, that's a running tally. That number will only grow.
Grow. Okay. Okay.
And then our number of recovered is factored into the 16
Okay.
total.
Okay.
Okay.
And no hospitalizations on any of them.
We have no hospitalizations.
There's only 8 here in our region right now.
Yeah.
But they're testing more.
We're testing a lot more,
So
and a big,
therefore, the numbers would go up.
the numbers would.
Yeah, we hope not.
Right.
Exactly.
And you know, we've had some really good luck with our long-term care facilities. Like we talked last time, they decided that all of our long-term care facilities here in Mills County would like to establish a baseline and get all of their residents and their staff tested, and that is largely underway
Good.
with very good results.
Good.
I wanted to take just a minute and talk to you about the proclamation that the governor issued on May 20th, and I wanted to provide just a little bit of clarification in case you get questions regarding a couple of topics that have been brought to public health's attention. On May 20th, she did some reopening of businesses and establishments, and under Section 2, subparagraph A, there's directions on movie theaters. And if you read all the way to the end of Section A under movie theaters, it says, all other theaters and performance venues at which live performances are held shall continue to be closed. So just for clarification, actual movie theaters, we don't have any in Mills County.
Well, North
It's-
Square.
Is it open?
They
It
were
was-
going to open in spring.
I don't
or
know that
summer.
they
It
did
was like
open
a
though.
I don't
Saturday
think they
night
did.
Didn't
thing.
he open it just on the weekends?
Just like on Saturday,
Well,
but I don't
he,
think it was.
if he is in fact open, he would fall under this regulation. He certainly could be. We have other establishments who have deemed themselves to be a movie theater, and they are not. In fact, they are a live performance theater, and that venue is currently held. They may not open at this time. And then I also just wanted to address subsection C, swimming pools. And at this point, they are open for limited purposes only of lap swimming and conducting swimming lessons. So they're not open other than for those purposes. And then you also will recall that on May 20th, the governor spoke to summer school activities and loosened some restrictions in relation to what schools can do. And I think it's important to note that under Section 3, the last line, it says any, and it speaks to school-sponsored activities and learning activities, and this is effective June 1st. And then it says any such school-sponsored activity that is conducted consistent with this guidance shall not be in violation of the prohibition on social, community, recreational, leisure, and sporting gatherings and events of more than 10 people under Section 5. So what that is telling us is when schools gather to do their summer learning or their summer sports, that 10-person limitation does not include them. I also just thought that I would point out that this proclamation is set to expire the current public health emergency on Wednesday, 5/27.
So it could all change.
Everything, I'm sure things will
Sure.
continue to change, but I also anticipate that the governor will be speaking to this timeline and what she expects to be happening. Public health will be working closely with our local school district. They've got a safety committee meeting that we're gonna be a part of, and that starts today. They have a summer school sports committee that's gonna start on Thursday, and we're just gonna participate in that, maybe help them with some public health guidance when it comes to infection control and containment and best practices when they gather, and how to keep the students and the staff and the public safe, and then also how do we particularly address the fragile population, you know, and make sure that we've got some best practice going on as we reopen the community, businesses, schools, everything down the road. That's our goal. Any questions on that?
Have they tested all of the clients and staff at GRC yet? I knew they were working on one side and then the other, but are they about done testing up there for?
Okay, so I think all the clients,
The residents have all been tested, the staff, I think there's like 20 left to test.
That's not bad then, okay.
And they were gonna do that yesterday, so
Okay.
hopefully that happens.
so in our IDES system, that's Iowa Disease Surveillance System, we have 70 pending tests, and they all appear to be staff from the GRC. You can just tell by the way it's labeled. So
Sure.
they are kicking through it at really good speed.
Good. Was that about a 3 to 5 day turnaround on the test results?
3.
You know, at first it was 10.
Well, that's if you didn't go to the state hygienic lab. If you went to a private lab, it could take a ridiculous long time.
Uh-huh.
But the state hygienic lab has
They
been
really
pretty consistent,
Yeah, pretty
stepped it up.
24 to 48.
Yeah.
Oh.
At least 3 usually.
Yeah.
It depends on the day, you know. Today they'll probably have to catch up a little bit
Yeah.
from the weekend, so.
You might have noticed too that that it was announced with Test Iowa. If you're familiar with that site, many of our residents went online and did the test. The problem was you had to travel a long distance. I think the closest Test Iowa site to us is Denison. Not really convenient. Last week, the governor opened up testing to absolutely anyone who wanted it. And they fielded some complaints because there are regions, there are areas where people want to be tested, but there's no convenient site. So the governor did announce that she was opening a site in Council Bluffs, which would be fabulous for us. I went on Test Iowa yesterday, and as of yesterday, Council Bluffs is still not on
Yeah,
the list.
I
But-
talked to the administrator at Pot County Public Health yesterday, and they still don't know anything as far as where the site's gonna be, so.
So they've announced it and it's forthcoming, but it's not up there yet. So we're not pushing a lot of information. I feel like when you push information, it has to be user friendly. So that's coming, but not quite there yet. The other document that I wanted to share with you just briefly is we are sharing this document not only with you as government officials, but also in the community as a whole. There's some interest about a visitor questionnaire when you have the general public coming into your facility. And the part that I just want you to look at is this lower table. There's, I don't know, 8 or 9 questions. And what we're looking for should establishments like the school or other businesses here in Mills County decide that they would like to screen people coming in, is there's these 7 or 8 questions, and we're looking for people to answer all of them no. If they go through this quick screening and every answer is no, then you're cleared to come in. If you're going to be in close contact, of course, we would strongly suggest the wearing of masks. If you have this quick questionnaire filled out and any answers would show up yes, our advice would be that you would take a minute and you would visit with the individual. Certainly if they are symptomatic or have had contact, that would be we would like you to go home. We'd like to help you virtually. You can call in, you can virtually participate, but with symptoms or contacts, those, if you get any yeses on those, that would be a no entry into your building. For special populations, you know, they would be entering at their own risk, but from a public health perspective, I think it would be good practice to say, you know, you fall into this higher risk category. We certainly would like to accommodate you not having to come into the building and offer those things. You know, if somebody
Can I
has,
go home? I already am a no at the first question.
this is only if you can visit. You know, maybe have a conversation around that. We want to keep our vulnerable populations safe. Whether or not they want to come in, I think largely is their own discretion. Maybe, you know, offer them a mask. So that's a questionnaire that's available.
One question to that, a counter question. Within the courthouse, there are employees, they do come in the morning, but if we invoke that if we have people come in for appointments, would our staff be masked up? Because if our staff are masked up, what's the threat to the elderly population? So it's coming into an isolated building with very limited population in the building, very little traffic in the building. So it's almost like they're coming into a containment area as it is. So, but if they are a special population we need to concern about, but they're more threatened just being out on the street or going in the grocery store than they are coming in the courthouse. I mean, that's just like.
The only thing that I would say to that, and I hear it, is I think it's very important to model practice. So if we're out there saying you should be wearing a mask, then what's our aversion to modeling that practice?
I think you need to come in
Especially
with
when you're in
masks.
close contact with someone from the general public, you're modeling best
It
practice.
doesn't hurt. It only
It
takes
does,
10
it
minutes.
does, it really. So,
I just think at the appointment thing, you're gonna have a lot of people in this category that have not been able to do that touchy, not touchy-feely, but being able to come in, although they can probably do it electronically, they can put their thing in the box like most people have been doing, but there's still that part of the population
Sure.
that likes that contact
Sure.
with the services. And
Voting will be the same way.
So Carol, every time somebody comes in for the voting, they will be asked all these questions.
Well, no one comes in. We go to the car currently.
They're
We
still
don't
doing
let them in. We go
Right.
out to their
But I mean,
vehicles.
when they go to their precincts. Is that
Well,
gonna be a
the
question?
governor kind of left that open with,
Do you have to ask
she's not
everybody?
identifying the voting precincts. We're exempt. And so, as the number of people that are in there are exempt, in an early proclamation, she did that. So we're gonna have precautions. I mean, our people are gonna be masked. They'll have the plexiglass screens. We'll have the sanitizer. We'll be doing cleanups after everything. They'll use the pen once. We'll put it, in a container. We'll get
So
rid
as
of
far as taking their temp and all that kind of stuff, maybe
It wasn't
not?
the plan. I mean, to do that, we don't have thermometers for,
And the thing is, are you gonna be, you gonna have people
But if you
monitoring?
did that and somebody had a temperature and stuff, you'd have to clear the room.
Just to remind them, remember 6
Right.
feet.
Shut it down.
So you have
And
people
then what
trying
do you
to
do?
keep an eye on that.
yes.
That's good.
What'd
Yeah,
you say,
that's-
Richard?
Well, if you'd come up with somebody with a temperature and stuff, you'd clear everybody out of the room, close it down. Then how do you vote?
Go to the next precinct.
No,
Yeah.
you don't get to go to the next precinct.
They're all in the same building.
Well,
aren't
there's four,
There's four.
but,
So you gotta
yeah,
vote where you live,
right,
or vote absentee.
and you can't do that on election day.
bare minimum, I think it would be important to have a lot of signage about reminding people if you're sick, if you have a fever, if you don't feel well, if you've been exposed to somebody that has been tested positive or symptomatic, please don't come. I mean, people,
Yeah.
and that would be a pretty standard practice. You see that even when you walk into a Walmart or a Target. I mean, there's a lot of signage, and I think that people are used to seeing it, but I also think they need that reminder. I think early on, this courthouse got an uncomfortable interaction with a patron who came in who was not feeling well, and I think we just have to remember that sometimes people feel very driven to come in to do what is deemed important business, and in the grand scheme of things, importance is kind of being reevaluated given the circumstances that we're in, and so we're getting used to making accommodations, and I think people are understanding it, but I think they still need those reminders. And no matter what, you really don't want somebody who's symptomatic
Exactly.
in a close quarters or even out in public at all. If you're symptomatic, you should be
And I
isolating at
can
home.
honestly tell you, I am sure in any other situation, that would be 100% agreeable. But let me tell someone they can't come in and vote and take that. I can just see fun
You're
things
right, Carol.
happening with that
Sure.
one. Even
Yeah.
though they would respect it and anything
Right.
else.
But I also wonder, where is your fine line? Like where would your land in this, where would you absolutely draw a line? Because if somebody came in and was visibly ill and demanded to vote, are you compelled to let them? I mean, I would suggest no. And so I think you have to know ahead of time where there's some point at which you would not let somebody in your building, and what is that? Is it like visibly ill? Or is it fair to ask those questions and screen and then think about how you might enforce that? It's a tricky one, I get that.
I don't know, and possibly if they are ill, they could potentially maybe, we haven't really talked to this, and we've already had our schools with the people, but we could go outside and curbside voting, I guess.
Okay, I have one other ever so brief document just to share with you. The CDC has established a decision tree that helps entities decide when they're ready to open their workplace based on factors, and I just thought I would share that. It's laid out really nice as different
Right.
government offices and entities think about reopening and if they're ready and what practices they have in place and what they might need.
I'm sure we'll talk about this more during
I
the
bet we
department
will.
head meeting.
Yep. Public health has public health emergency preparedness dollars that are available to us until June 30th. We are looking into getting some disposable face masks that we could offer at least as a sample to different entities, maybe with the school. I'm thinking about all the boys getting on the bus to go to an away game and we want them all to wear a mask. I raised a lot of 17-year-old boys and their ability to remember their mask on the bus might be low in some excited times. So I think if we were able to provide that and help keep all those practices in place, it might be good. So we're looking at getting a bulk of those and sharing them in the community. They seem to be much more available than they were early on. There was a real shortage. And we
Like
really,
toilet paper
were like
that-
toilet paper, and we
Handy wipes, you're now finding them on the shelf.
now you can find them on the
Sure.
shelves. So, early on we did a lot of cloth masks, and those really serve their purposes. If these become readily available and they don't interfere with our PPE stockpile that we need for medical reasons, these are really nice. They're lightweight.
Plenty
They're
on
little.
TV for 19.99. What are you talking about? I mean,
Yeah.
I cannot believe what they're
That's just
coming
a
up
well-
with.
blue mask, isn't it?
Yeah.
Well, and the thing is, yeah, those aren't bad either. Those are
These
actually-
these are
those are
much
nice.
much more
really
breathable.
are.
If you really have to wear, then say that this is not.
Well, and I
so
think one of
much.
the things we talked about too, and we'll probably get to this to the department head meeting, is to require the public to wear a mask in. And are we required to provide that for them? I don't.
I don't think she knows further.
Yeah, because.
Selling for $1 like Menards does.
I mean, it might be an option, but they have to pay for it. Then you gotta dedicate somebody out there selling masks. You don't win,
That's,
you don't win at all.
And you'll so be the bad guy.
Oh, yeah.
It might be a bad idea to have some, for case by case, that, yeah, if a department went out to, somebody had an appointment to get them and they didn't have a mask, then they'd have a mask with, they could always carry a mask with them, and it'd be a case by case. Although we announced that you're coming in for business and you have an appointment, if that's the way we go with this, then you would have a mask. You must wear a mask to come into your part of the courthouse. If that's what the policy becomes, then you could have that just for meetings.
I know our treasurer was looking for some more, they went through the one Larry had given them, so I know they were looking for more of the disposables, and I don't know about the recorder where she's at. with them.
Sam's Club has these on pallets,
Really?
and they're $25 for 50, so they're 50 cents a piece.
Yeah, I'm getting down to the public health stockpile now, which I can't do certainly, so I've been going out the MA stockpile. The other reason we've had in stock and issuing those out for non-public health related stuff, and now I'm getting close to
I was
that.
gonna say, we got ours for the election stuff. The state provided those to us, but that's kind of supposed to go for the general too, so we're kind of, I think we got 350 or something like that, but, yeah.
But in the meantime, my daughter that's in surgery, they still have to wash out their masks and the whole bit, so it's like what you said. This just does not make sense.
Right.
Yeah.
You read this Sunday's paper, did you read about the courts yesterday?
I know they were looking at making changes in the date.
Non-jury trials expect to resume July 13th. For the following 2 months, courts will work to prepare for jury trials. Jury trials can go out to September. And they pushed everything back. This is yesterday's paper. And you read on down in here, it says some hearings can begin early. Courthouse meets recommend safety protocols. The use of teleconference and video conferencing will continue to be encouraged. So there has to be accommodation in every courthouse because they're constructed all differently, and the egress, ingress, and how people flow through the system and security is all going to be unique. And that's where it's some agreement with the courts, and the county has got to come to some level of agreement how we're gonna work this, if it's gonna work at all, even when you do open up some limited carports. So, and then there's social distancing issues when you do even non-jury pieces of the court. How's that gonna be managed by the court on keeping?
I'm still trying to figure out if,
How are we gonna
if we open by appointment even, which, once again, we'll talk during the, how do we keep the bathrooms off limits? Or who's gonna be in charge of?
You probably have to keep them clean, like a constant
And
clean.
I don't have a janitor here
I
24/7
know,
either.
every time somebody goes in, they have to be clean. Sprayed. Right now, so.
It'll be a rough learning curve.
Yes.
We'll get there.
Okay,
Thank you, guys.
Thank
see you back at 9.
Perfect. I'll get the name.
Yes. Yeah, I'll go too, yeah. Your turn.
Morning, Corey.
Good morning. Guess we can jump right in with my stuff. I had no utility permits. Got a couple applications turned in, but not fully turned in yet, so should have a couple next week. So my first action item is a driveway variance on 221st Street, just north of Eastman Road. This did not have the proper separation distance, so
You're at 221st and
go
Eastman.
to 54159. 221st Street. When did that populate?
It's not popping up.
There it is. And we're 350 feet south of their existing driveway.
Are we building a new house on this?
Owner is Todd Wright, and he wants us, I'll read their hardship request. Wanting to sell the south 5 acres of my property to my daughter and family for a new home. Driveway location would make nice entrance, level, and good visibility. So 350 feet south of their existing driveway. So just about right there. They're looking to split off about 5.5 acres. They own both of these parcels, so it'd be 5 acres.
Oh, clear over.
Here we go.
Oh,
For a new home. It did not meet the separation. This is the most dangerous road in the county. Anytime you add a driveway, it's going to make it more dangerous. I would advise to just put a driveway, since it's their family.
Right where the other one is.
They should just extend this driveway to this new parcel, but they're going to probably be shorter than the driveway all the way here, depending where their house is at.
As long as they're family, they're good, but as soon as it sells, that's going to be a
Exactly.
problem.
so explain, is that a hilly road? Is that?
Highway
Site,
275.
site distance was okay.
Side distance was okay.
Okay,
It was separation that
that's
was
the
denied.
scary thing.
Yeah, surprisingly, site distance was okay.
Well, I can't see sight distance from the south, but
We can look at Google Earth.
I mean, I know how the road lays right in there, and
We could always go out.
well, even from the north is not good. I can't believe. Well, I like your
Winnie
bear.
the Pooh. That's Winnie the Pooh.
I like this.
So it is just behind this tree. So yeah, we're about right where it'd be. So this is where the driveway would be.
And then clear,
So they got good site distance to the south,
okay.
and they do have the required site distance to the north too, but it does turn off.
Where's the existing one at?
It is not shown on here because it was built in the last 2 years.
Oh,
This,
gotcha.
this image is from
That's his house right up
2014.
there by the oak tree.
Yeah, they have a house up here that you can see on. You can see on here. It would be nice for them just to share the driveway with their parents, but like Lonnie said, then once they sell it, so if it's a new owner, they probably wouldn't want to have an easement through a stranger's driveway. But it would be a lot safer.
Well, they can worry about it if that ever happens.
Well, I would assume they probably need a permanent easement.
Yeah, you
Yeah.
would require an easement. Alright, what do you think, guys?
Well, there's no curves real close by. Easement. Do we have to put a big tube or, I mean, how
Yes, there would have to be a culvert in there.
kind of big?
No, I assume it'd be a 24 or 36
Okay.
inch.
Well, I can just tell you, I'm not in favor of it, because just where the location and stuff is. I know that you say there's plenty of distance there, but there is no 55-mile-an-hour speed on that road.
Well, what I see in front of me, as far as, you know, they're not turning into a hill, there's not a sharp curve, sight distance is good. I'll go ahead and okay it.
So your motion
I make a motion for a driveway variance
to approve?
to approve.
I'll second that motion. We've got a motion to approve the driveway variance on 221st Street. The variance is for separation distance, sight distance is good.
Correct.
Correct?
Yep.
Is there any other discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Motion carries.
Your signature at the bottom. CRS signature. Have you contacted Tyler? Next item I have is just discussion over agreement with Ames Construction for the conveyor system. I put this on my agenda thinking attorney's office and zoning office would also be attending. No one responded to my email, so apparently it's just us.
You feel comfortably on the totem pole?
Well, I mean, I think we got this on Thursday, holiday weekend. It might be a little hard to get everybody here, but a lot of the stuff that was to be decided, I think, was on my office. I don't know if you guys had an opportunity to read through the agreement yet
I
or not.
briefed it, but I didn't go all the way through.
Probably be nice to have Tyler explain a little bit more of what we're covering, but it's basically relieving liability of us for the two crossings at Bungie Avenue and at Applewood. How we are going to permit it, use of our easements, and indemnification.
Indemnification.
Fun word.
Say that fast 3
That was a
times.
college word.
And all the liability insurance that we're gonna require Ames Construction to hold and provide certificates of copy to us. And then when they would tear it down and remove it after they're done, how we handle the new roadway alignment, since they are very close to that alignment. And so some of the things that we do need to get together and discuss is how we're going to handle permitting and fees. They have already, I think Thursday or Friday, they did turn in a check for the first couple months of their truck hauling for the surcharge fee with their conditional use permit and borrow permit. And so they've already paid a couple months worth. How
They
Just-
paid us for our surcharge fees for dirt they haven't even hauled yet?
correct?
Okay.
But they plan to haul with the trucks here
Okay.
before their conveyor systems.
He's trying to call in.
He is.
Yeah.
He's not calling me.
No, I'm gonna have him
Okay.
call in the line.
That'd be great.
They have full responsibility. of everything. I mean, I'm just throwing this scenario out. Car's going under, it collapses.
Dirt
That-
clod comes out.
Those
goes through the
clods out,
windshield.
come out, whatever, goes through the windshield. We cannot be listed as anything in any suit then.
And I think that's that indemnification,
They'll
Article
still
6.
name us, but
Well, I mean, they'll still name us, but, you know,
That will definitely be more something in the attorney's office, obviously, but that would be Tyler.
Yep, there you go.
Hey, Tyler.
Hey, how's it going?
Good. You're on speakerphone, and we're live on YouTube. We got board members and Carol here. We just started talking about the agreement for Ames Construction and their soil conveyor. I think it would be nice if you kind of gave a quick little brief overview of the.
Yep. So, I kind of just built this from scratch because I didn't really have much to go by. So, if there's certain things that you guys feel don't need to be in there or are addressed otherwise or are missing, that's what we need to discuss today. There's a lot of highlighted parts in there that are either alternative language or that need some more information on how you guys want to handle it as far as the fees and the easements and all of that stuff. Corey, did you provide them with the stuff that you emailed to me
No, I
as
did
far as
not.
the appendices? Okay, so Corey gave me several documents that will suffice for the appendices, so those are pretty well complete. As far as showing our planned roadway plant area, and then what Ames's plan is as far as where they need their easements crossing over our roads, and then what their plan is to move out of our way if we start building our road sooner than later.
Yeah, I didn't send those to you guys. I didn't think anybody would look at it as I was working on it Saturday.
Somebody talked to you.
Well, but yeah,
I
that's,
sent it
I
Saturday
mean,
to Tyler,
it's-
so.
well,
I think they're perfectly fine for what we need.
Tyler, I
just
haven't read
know
I haven't
that
read
those
it.
are there.
Okay, Tyler. I haven't read the complete thing, but is there something in there? What I'm looking at is, you know, we're looking at what, 3-4 years down the road on this agreement?
They,
The
Yeah,
last
I made
guy-
it for 5.
Okay, what I'm wondering, you know, is there something in there in our behalf as far as when they tear this thing down and stuff? You know, they leave some things laying, or they don't complete the shoulders, or,
Yeah, so Article 8 talks about basically deconstruction and removal. States that they have either 180 days from discontinuing use of the conveyor or 180 days after the expiration of this agreement. that they need to completely move everything down to a depth of 4 feet below grade, and then they have to either repair or provide compensation to Mills County to repair any roadway, ditch, or right-of-way that was damaged by the operation.
How soon are they wanting to get started on this?
They want to be running their conveyor in August,
Oh,
so
all right.
they
They're
want
gonna
to
be
get
busy.
construction here in the next couple weeks.
Yeah, and I mean, this will, now that I've got the main draft done, I don't think it'll take very long to get it
And Ames
turned
has
around.
turned in utility permits and entrance permits to my office for their ingress egress to their easement locations on Bungie and Applewood, and the utility permits was what I'm making them complete for their easement and fee, if that's appropriate for you guys. The utility permit is basically for telecommunications, electric, gas, and water, sewer, but it does have the inspection requirements, the county infractions, the relocation, and a lot of the stuff that Appendix A, which was the easement and fee stuff that Tyler highlighted in the draft, and I thought would cover those.
Another question, Tyler, on, I don't know whether you wanna call it dewatering or anything. Are we involved with any of that, or is that totally up to the drainage district?
As far as dewatering, where at?
Well,
In our right-of-way, or?
dewatering their access area, you know, where they're gonna dig. And they'll probably have to do
No,
that.
I think that's going to be on them. I mean,
Okay,
it's
okay.
their reason,
And I
or
can,
it's their use that's requiring it. So.
I've seen their dewatering plan, just a part of their grading permit. They turned in
Yeah,
their
right.
dewatering plan, and that was worked out with the drainage district, I
Okay.
believe as well, because the pores are the ones on that drainage district, and it is going through porous land, so.
So I guess, yeah, the biggest things that I need to know are about the fees. If we're going to charge a fee for the easement, or if you're fine, I guess, is that what, Corey, is that what you were saying, that the
So yeah, I charged.
utility application will cover that part?
Sounds like you already
So I
did.
charged them for the utility permits, and which does give them an easement,
Right.
and they paid the $100 application fee and the $1,000 pre-inspection fee
For each roadway?
for each for each crossing.
Okay, yeah,
And
so I feel like that's perfect for the
Yeah.
for the easement fee, if you guys agree with that.
Yeah.
the fee, I thought we probably needed to determine, or
Yeah,
maybe
that's
this would be-
the biggest thing is the whether we're just gonna try and figure everything by the extraction surcharge, or if we're just gonna agree with them to a flat fee for everything that goes over conveyor, and then expect them just to pay the surcharge for everything that's trucked.
Well, whatever dirt's moved, they'll pay us for. That's what I'm under the assumption of.
Do we know? I mean, is there a way that they track
Yeah,
how much goes over conveyor?
You know,
Call me a novice on this.
well, I wouldn't worry so much. I wouldn't separate a conveyor versus hauling. Whatever they move, they'll owe us for.
Okay, and that's
Whatever-
how I have the first. I just put a different
Yeah.
alternative in there.
Yeah.
But the original language that I put in there is that basically they just pay according to
plan quantity or whatever they want.
27.7.3B, and then
Yeah.
the resolution where you guys set the surcharge amount.
Right.
and,
Okay.
and Tyler, I don't
Yeah, I
think,
mean, I think that's the easiest way to do it.
It is, and we can go with the plan quantity. I mean, if they, the only way to get it on the, perfectly is to survey before and survey it after, and they may have
Right.
that. I mean, I'm sure they'll do something along that line, because it's a big project. I mean, they're not gonna wanna pay for more dirt than,
Well, and I'm
any
sure
more
they
dirt
have
than
to
they
know
can
how
move,
much
so.
is being moved
Yeah,
to get paid
yeah.
from Mid-American too.
Yeah, I would say as long as we require them to give us like a weekly or monthly, however they pay it,
Right.
it's quantity.
Yeah.
That
and
way,
that was the only other thing really that I had up in the air was Article 9 is what kind of reporting or
yeah, I'd
updating do we want?
yeah, I'd make them get it to us every 2 or 4 weeks. You know, bi-weekly or
Yep.
monthly, whatever
That makes
whatever
sense.
Corey thinks is easier. I'm not sure how often they'll be checking it, but the guys moving the dirt are going to want paid every week, every month.
Right.
So there's
Mm-hmm.
they'll have some kind of a load count quantity every 2 or 4 weeks for their payments. So we'll be able to piggyback off of that.
And Tyler, I don't think you were on the phone when I told him earlier. Ames did submit a payment for the surcharge for the amount they plan to truck here in the next 2 months before they get their
Just
conveyors
as far
going.
as the building, yeah. Anything else, Corey, that you saw that we need to discuss? So I've got an indemnification clause in there, that, you know, basically both parties agree to hold each other harmless if something would happen. This is for the board, do you want a separate clause in there that outlines that, you know, any type of damage to the roadway or, you know, anything that malfunctions due to their conveyor over our roadway, any damage caused by that is their liability, or do we feel like we need to even
It's their
specifically say that?
responsibility.
I think that'd be a good idea,
Yeah.
Tyler, to have that.
Yeah,
Okay.
we need to protect the public and our road system. So anything that
Right.
any damage due to them, they're paying for.
Yep. Okay. So I'll shore that up a little bit, and then yeah, we've got we've got it in there already that they've got 180 days to either pay the county or repair the roadway or right away.
Okay, Tyler,
That's already in there.
is there anything in there about non-payment? Say they get started, yeah, they've made their first payment here and then they run for a year or so and we receive nothing. Do we?
No,
have-
I can certainly put something in there.
Well, I
That
think
would make sense.
that protects both of us.
Yeah, I'd say
Yep,
surcharge
yep.
fees are due within 30 days or something along that line. They'll be writing checks every month. So
Yeah.
Well, I don't think we should get 6 months in the rear and Corey has to go
Yeah,
out
that
there, or
makes
somebody has to go out there, you know, you guys haven't paid, when are you gonna do this? And,
hopefully it keeps you afloat.
I don't think that should be left up to either department. This should be run like a business type situation, which I hope it does. So,
Yeah, they'll be paying every month. So
Anything else you guys can think of?
I think we're good.
I know Ames will want to have a opportunity to come and discuss the agreement
Without
with
a
us, and so
Yeah, we'd like to meet.
I told him that we've been working on this, and once I have a final draft, kind of that I can put in front of them, we'll just have to schedule that meeting. And move forward with
Yeah,
that.
yep. And I'm out a lot this week, but I'll try and get a draft turned around so we can get it sent out to everybody.
Tyler, how is this draft compared to their other work that they've done? Have you ever tried to boot up their contract? Is it kind of close to each other?
So
or
he had
is
to
it-
start from scratch.
We
so
just had to start from scratch.
Yeah, no, I asked them for a sample of their last
Kind of
job
an
out
outline.
in California, but
Yeah.
didn't ever get that. So
Okay,
That's California.
all right.
this is just kind of my own work and why it's taken so long.
Okay.
Yeah.
they have been pretty responsive
Ames
and
is a good
to work with. So
They're a good company.
Yeah,
but-
yep. And they'll have comments, I'm sure, when we send them our draft and things that they want in there and would like to see. So
Okay, sounds good.
should be it then, Tyler.
Thank
all
you,
right,
sir.
thanks everybody.
I'll
Thanks,
work
Tyler.
with you and make sure I get you everything.
No action taken on this. We'll table it till next week. Okay.
Okay,
Thanks, Tyler.
thanks guys.
Thanks.
briefly for general discussion, just want to bring up my concerns about cash flow for the building. You guys saw in the accounts payable are large. Most of my accounts payable is going to one thing, it's the new shop. Gonna try to keep doing that throughout the summer. Maybe it's a blessing in disguise that there's no quarries open and producing material in the county right now, so we don't have those charges. We will have seal coat account payable since we are seal coating currently, but
Hey, everybody.
hopefully that'll be a quick turnaround
Finish up their
with the flood recovery fund from the state. That won't hurt our balance too much. But with the shop construction going quicker than expected, it is going to push us
To find some
pretty
money.
close. And I'm working on getting as much of my disaster reimbursements as quick as I can from FEMA and FHWA, but just doesn't always go the quickest. Our deck pour on 190th Street went well last week. Great weather for a deck pour. Cloudy, cool, rain.
Good work.
It's all, didn't have any problems. Tests went well. Concrete trucks went well. It was about as perfect as you could ask for.
Good.
And they were happy with the product, and so am I. So next step is getting the main line paved, which will be difficult because, like I said, there's no rock in the county, and I have been in contact with Schilbergs, and they are going to move a portable plant into their quarry at Malvern and produce rock. And don't tell anybody else because that's all for the county.
Real life.
Yeah,
They-
yeah.
I know.
Good job.
I know. I just
don't
put
They,
that-
they are there.
Secret.
They are there, and I've been told that that's all ours for the next 2 weeks. So that's
good.
It's
That's wonderful.
it's still going to be a price increase for the rock, but it's going to be a lot less of an increase than our alternative of bringing it in from 50 miles away.
Sure.
So,
Good.
like
Working with us.
I said, seal coat's ongoing currently. They completed M16, moving down to L68, not working today because of the rain, but the rest of this week they'll be on L68 and jump over to L45 and hit some spots here on the west side of the county. And we'll just kind of go with that for now.
And I
Perfect.
see they've oiled the spots.
Yes, yeah, so,
People were happy. Gravel dust is down.
yep, it looks more like we just got the chips, I mean, so we put the oil down, we put chips, spread the chips, we roll over it for a couple weeks, it'll look like we just put chips down, but then the oil kind of absorbs those chips, and
As soon as that heat comes out, you'll see it.
so,
No offense, Corey, do you have much more? Probably because we got them,
And Fitzpatrick, is
they're
Jason there?
calling.
Yeah,
on them.
I can keep talking.
No, can you quit talking and we
Oh.
can talk a little bit later? I
No,
don't want you
I'm
to
good.
keep talking.
Cut it out.
You didn't see this?
Well, I'm just
That's,
afraid we got them calling in.
But no, it's,
I'm
I
good.
think
I-
Jason's trying to do it
I got
at
it.
the same time. Is he trying to do a meeting right now?
Yeah.
He's moving me off. I'll have to move him off.
It's okay.
It's a
Tell me.
little technical difficulties here.
I didn't know we couldn't have two meetings at
Oh,
the
same
same time.
account. He's logging in as me to.
Oh, I see. Maybe that's why I've had issues in the past trying to.
You talked to our IT guy about that.
Yeah.
Buy your own license.
Take one.
Probably never thought you'd have.
This is for you, this is for
Right.
later. To discuss, and you're sticking around.
I
And
brought
that,
two.
tell me he's gotta get off. I have to bring him off because we're doing a board meeting. He's using the same. So yeah, he just got kicked off. Tell him not to try to reconnect though. Okay. Okay, thanks.
That's just our 190th progress meeting. With the deck pour, probably shouldn't have much to discuss, especially with the rain. Nothing's gonna be happening this week.
Right.
Anywhere. But then the weekend's supposed to start really, like next Tuesday, 90.
Enjoy the cool 70-degree weather
Yeah.
I can.
Exactly.
To enable audio controls.
Okay, sorry if you got booted off there for a minute. We're back on.
Oh, they could be.
No worries, this is Nada.
Hi, Nada.
Hi, Nada, how are you?
How's it going?
Going.
Did they tell you that you'd be running this meeting, Nada?
What?
Anybody from the sheriff's office call in?
Over there.
She said they were gonna call in. Yeah. Okay. We've got.
Anybody
someone
else
anyway.
on there?
It's Chris in the assessor's office. Veterans Affairs is here.
Okay.
Him in the clerk's office.
Okay.
Darren in building and zoning.
We don't have Jared is gone. Dessa might be on there. Dessa, are you on there?
Trina from the sheriff's office.
Okay.
We're in.
Jared,
No, he's on vacation. But he was gonna maybe put Dessa on. She may have forgotten.
Okay.
Well, basically, we kind of put this department head meeting together because of the governor doing more openings and trying to comply with the rules and regulations and trying to hold down on, too much. We've talked with public health, the county attorney's office, and also with clerk of court because of the court systems. It appears now, Kim, that the courts are, where are the courts at right now on what their plans?
Right now, what we have, as far as our office operations, we'll find out more details on June 3rd. So I don't really know any details. I know our first possible court date for district court would be July 13th. But jury trials have been moved back to at least September 14th. So as far as day-to-day operations, our office magistrate, I'm not really sure, but we'll find out more on June 3rd.
Okay. So I guess we kind of had a discussion internally in the courthouse as far as, each department and how they would, and each one has kind of written up how they would handle the public. And I know Julie was going to kind of help us with some guidelines as far as asking the public, but I know what we sort of kind of talked about the other day was the fact that we're looking at I guess you call it a soft opening on June 8th, where we still would not be open to the public, but potentially they would make an appointment for each department. And if they were in the building, they couldn't just hop around to all the departments. It would have to be a separate appointment. I mean, we've got to get the guidelines and things written out for that. Julie, they kind of devised a questionnaire for the public. So I think we were looking at, requiring the public to have masks. We're still not ready here. We do not all have our plexiglass up and going. But Jill, what things would you guys put in place?
We would like to set appointments like for driver's license every half hour. That would give us a chance once we are done with that person that we could go on to clean after that person has left. And again, the same kind of thing. We would like to request anybody who comes in to wear a mask. And the state has said that you must, if you're going to a state driver's license station, you must wear a mask. You must have your temperature taken before you come in and answer questionnaires similar to what you were talking about. We would like them to wait either in the lobby or in their vehicle. Then when we are done with the last person and have everything cleaned and ready for the next person, we'll call them and say, we'll meet you at the door to let you in. I would like those doors can be locked in between each appointment. Same thing, we'll run, with the motor vehicle, we would like to run 2 windows so we can keep our 6-foot social distancing. We'll have 2 girls run the front, and then the other person will still do the drop box. We would like to, in the motor vehicle, we would like to leave the appointments for titling and important things. I mean, I know your registration is important, but registration you can do online, by mail, or in the drop box. So that we would like to save the appointments for the people who actually need title work, which is something that is much easier to do face to face. And again, half-hour appointments, we would clean after each appointment, then we would call the next person and say, okay, we're ready for the next person.
So basically, anybody in the courthouse and the other departments in the county that we think that's to you, would that make sure they're escorted back to the door.
Right,
to make sure they're
exactly,
out of the building.
exactly. Yes, that's exactly what we're talking about. Taxes in the treasurer's department, we're pretty much over with that right now. But again, it would be an appointment only. You come in, you pay we escort you in, you have your mask on, you pay your taxes, or you ask about your taxes or whatever, then we escort you out, then they go along their way.
You know, in a lot of stores, they're putting a table in front so they know you're so far
Your social
apart.
distance.
Do you want to do something like that?
We have those discs that
Did you
we
get
can
the
put on,
desks?
that we can
Discs
put on the
to sit
floor.
on the floor?
Oh, you did?
Well,
You're
we got
the,
them for our election stuff, so,
they're the ones you put down and you can pick back up, so it's not gonna affect.
no, I think we could kind of tape them down.
Okay. Do you think that would be far enough? Otherwise, you set a table, I mean, you can't,
Well, we still
That's
have the
pretty
chain
clever.
that we have for the driver's license that we could probably run, but again, it's the same kind of thing. Nobody really pays attention to what you have out.
Yeah, and
And-
then you almost need somebody to police it, and
Yes,
we don't, yeah.
right,
Well,
right.
and how about you?
I think we're pretty much on the same page. I think we can do maybe even every 15 minutes. It just depends on what they're requiring to do. Whether it be a bill, I mean, sometimes that stuff takes a little bit longer. But with us being right across the hall from the treasurer, I think sometimes it'd be hard to do 6 o'clock. I haven't thought about that. If someone's
Oh.
waiting and then they're waiting for us.
There's barely 6 feet in the hallway there.
Right.
Maybe we could put our divider up between the hall and there, so then.
You're on this, don't laugh, that might.
No, I just was sitting here looking at that and
Yeah.
thinking,
That
you know,
might
that's
be
a
a-
possibility.
That might be a real good possibility.
Yeah.
I didn't know, can we ask the public to, for their temperature or, you know, the full, or is that something?
Well, we could, we have the thermometers, we could actually,
I didn't know if we could, we were allowed.
That, the state driver's license stations are doing that. They're taking your temperature before you come in.
Safety first.
Do you think that's an option?
That
We're
would
gonna ask
be
them the
considered
questions.
best practice, if you can go ahead and do that, you're in a controlled environment, you're inside, because outside sometimes they're not as reliable, but inside the building, that would be okay. If you don't have the ability to actually take temperature, that screening question where you ask them to self-disclose if they've had a fever or chills, that question needs to be asked, or the temperature needs to be taken for sure.
Yeah, and if they filled this out, either online, or they filled it out, and that's what.
they
filled
haven't
out,
seen that
Okay,
yet,
I've
that's,
got
yeah.
copies, so.
And not only you're reviewing this, and any questions they check, don't check, yes.
So we're asking them to fill that out.
Yeah, and then that helps you triage it a little bit, in a way, and Julia probably talked about some more, but then that's a good time to shoot their temp real quick, and that gives you a feeling what they're saying before they come in.
Yeah, because with the ones that you have given our office, that is so slick and so easy to get a temperature.
you don't even.
Corey, what are your thoughts for
Right,
your
That is
office?
just
We'll
so awesome.
continue how we are with guests by appointment only. Screen them. We haven't been doing temperature screens, but we do the questionnaire. Are you sick? Is anybody in your household sick? Have you visited any hot spots? And then we've had pretty good luck with people filling out applications either online and dropping them off or returning them by email. The only kind of hassles we've had is receiving payments and just making sure that we don't mark approved yet and keeping things kind of in a second file while we wait for checks to be turned in the mail. But that's not that big of a hassle.
I was gonna say, I think pretty much all of us have been doing the appointment only for the most part. We just haven't been, well, we weren't able to do driver's license or in some of those
Bringing
others.
them in.
Yeah, about bringing them in too. Darren, do you have anything you want to say?
Mainly, we're going to be operating the same way. I don't think we're going to change anything other than I do have all the staff working here starting to tomorrow, trying to keep a distance and wiping things down, but we're going to operate the same for the public.
Who else is out there? Oh, VA, yes. Elizabeth.
Yeah, Carol, yeah, we're gonna be doing the same thing, it sounds like everyone else, for the last 2 months. We've been working by appointment only or meeting people in the parking lot. We will continue with that and placing desks or barrier at 6 to 8 feet away from us so we can work with them on paperwork. It's nice to hear, it sounds like everyone else is doing similar things, because I think that consistency across the county departments is going to be helpful to the public. But anyway, we'll just proceed as we've been.
Well, I think we go ahead. Corey.
I would like to request one of those plexiglass that you said you might have an extra one or two for the voting for our office.
Okay. See, I think we do.
On that plexiglass, is that something that we want to do, or is it by choice?
I guess kind of choice, and if that's, most of them are, movable. Obviously, they're on little leg things, and you can slide them in and slide them out as the day goes.
Is there one of it? We just need one in the building and zoning, if possible, between the 2 desks, if there's one available.
That one might be a challenge as far as between the 2 desks. Mostly it's when you meet the public. It would be at the front desk.
Well, I think, yeah, our counter gives you enough space to where I don't believe we have an issue with that.
Okay. Not sure there would be, I'd have to look. I know we got some with the voting, and we have like 11, so.
There's a company that I'll give you a brochure for, that they make dispatch furniture, but they just sent out a thing on plexiglass inserts with various types of furniture and stuff that you can buy to separate, and I'll send that down to you, and you can call them.
Yeah, just email it to me and we'll look at it. Thank you.
Anybody else out there have any things they want to say? Chris? Kim?
Well, I think we're just going to schedule the appointment. We're going to ask them to wear a mask. I was hoping the county could provide masks if we could, and offer sanitizer. Then we're going to meet with the taxpayer at a desk outside in the hallway. And the assessor staff would be all masked when we do serve them.
I think this gets into the issue on a bill cost and mask. We discussed that earlier, that
Larry, speak up, please.
we discussed that earlier, in that we might be able to acquire some masks, and then every department have some, and when you go out to escort somebody in, for the business, you'd have one of those masks with you. If they weren't wearing a mask, then we could give them a mask case by case, but we would encourage the public, when we advocate this new opening, limited opening, that they come with a mask on. And that those that don't or forget, and this could be a certain target demographic that might not, then we'd want the capability to still let them in and not turn them away. So I think case by case, we might be able to accommodate, but just to sit out there and tell the public that we're opening the door, we're gonna have mask the door, grab one, before we come and get you, then they're gonna grab 5 or 6 or
Right.
7 or 8.
Right.
So we're gonna have to judiciously use them, basically.
And then a lot of our customers are already wearing.
And I think as long as we ask them prior to have them
If
on.
we
that
advocate
they'll-
if they have the contingency, you carry one out with you when you go to get them and review their screening form.
Right.
And if they didn't do it, then they can fill it out there. Those forms could be in the hallway too. I'm concerned about getting too many people. I like the idea of people making appointments I'll talk about the courthouse, or it could affect other departments too, that they call you and they sit in their car, you call them back in their cell, whatever. You'll have certain people though that probably won't be able to do that, but you don't want a crowd in your outer office. You don't want a
Right.
crowd in this vestibule up here,
Right.
because then we're just compounding the problem to them.
Yeah, I think we're gonna have to put the phone numbers for each one of the departments on a big, signage that they probably won't read.
But isn't there one on the door now?
Well, there
Correct.
is, once again, that they don't read.
Oh.
Um,
Numbers on
but,
each
yeah,
Dropbox.
yeah, and the number is all on the
They're
Dropbox
good
system.
with that idea, because that way when they come in the door, they're seeing one, they say, these are the numbers you call for.
But then if we keep them in their car, well, if they're calling, but yeah, I don't know. Those are some logistics we're gonna have to work out, I think.
See, when they
To get
make their
approved.
appointment, we were going to say to them at the appointment time, you must wear a mask when you get here or we won't allow you in. And we're gonna take your temperature. We've got a list of things we're going to ask them or tell them when they call in.
Right.
This is how it's gonna work. And then we'll have their cell phone. We've got it set up on a Google Doc where everybody who calls in, we can set the appointment. Anybody in the office can set any appointments, whether it's motor vehicle or driver's license, on this doc, and then it has all the information that we need and what we need to tell them when they call in. So, like, you have to have the mask. We'll be taking your temperature. You're gonna have to fill out the questionnaire either before you come in or pick one up out there, fill it out, and when we're ready for you, you'll have to hand it to us.
So Patrick had the opportunity to put a questionnaire for us live on a page. Patrick, would you have the ability to put that on the courthouse page? So if somebody called and wanted to make an appointment to come in, you could, if they had the ability, direct them to the web page. They could fill out this questionnaire online, so it would be ready to go. And then we could put some big reminder up there. It says, building access procedures. And then it talks just, 3 simple steps to come into the courthouse. Call ahead, and then you can call them when it's their turn to come in, so they don't even have to come in and wait in a line. Basically, wait in your own line in your own car. We'll call you, you come in, do your business, remind them that the screening has to be done and that they have to wear a face mask. So it'd be a common experience for any patron that came to the courthouse. They'd know what to expect. It possibly, I don't know, Patrick, can it be online in a fillable document that you could refer people? It'd be not that everybody would, but even if a percentage of people would fill this out, and we would want them to fill it out the day of their visit.
As I say, when we're doing the curbside voting, there's a number for them to call us out there. They call us. We ask them, do you have your absentee request form filled out? Do you have your own PIN? Which ballot do you want? We do the processing here. We send someone out to the car, and we have bags where they drop their things into it, and then we bring them back in.
So how's that been
sanitize
working,
everything.
Carol? Pretty
That's
good?
worked okay.
Okay.
Yeah, it
All
has.
right.
We love the rainy days to do it.
Oh, yeah.
But I echo Julia that we need to standardize, knowing we have to adapt by building. The courthouse is one entity in every department, like roads, zoning, VA, health, conservation. They all have, sheriff's department have all different situations based on their entrances and things like that. But we need to keep, as Julie said, a common thread of what we're telling the public, because they get services from maybe more than one department. And so we need to be as close as we can to be with a single voice on the basics, as Julie said. If it's 3, if it's 4, these are requirements, this is how you do it. And just say, every one of the requirements is to have a mask on when you come in. But we say it as sternly as we can and direct as we can in the narrative, but not like, I'm saying to the point or else. Just say you must have a mask, because we could have this contingency that case by case, your departmental member could have one out of sight, out of mind, or in their hand, going out there to review the thing. And if they did come, we're not turning them away. I don't think our intent is to turn people away, and we don't want to do that. So I think that's well worth having some capacity, but we just don't want to open Pandora's box and tell people, there's a mask at the door when you come in.
Yeah.
Unless the board
Hey,
wants to
if
do that.
Menards requests a mask and people are okay with that, I think they'll be okay coming in the courthouse to get some business
I
done.
think
As long as we
They
provide them, if
understand.
we start selling them, that could get a little hairier,
Yeah.
we'll get you one.
And Patrick, maybe when you put the document online, or even when we print more
$5
copies,
each.
the building access.
Give 'em
I guess
away,
it has
yeah.
all
Highlight it, so that becomes very visually apparent.
I know.
Yeah, I think it'd be good to get that worked up, send it around to everybody, get some feedback on it, see what everybody thinks, but I'm sure it sounds good, and then we can maybe approve a plan, work on that this week. Nada, are you on board with everything? Nada?
Yes, that sounds great.
Okay, you get that plan together for us, will you?
I'm sure I'll be working with Julie.
Okay. Anybody else have anything?
Nada, I'm concerned, how are we going to space the jurors far apart? Are they gonna be sitting?
That's not until September.
It's not until September.
Yeah, it's
Yeah.
months away.
So,
Jury trials won't happen until September. The biggest thing the courts will have is if they open up and the governor has released it, and we do have some non-jury, sessions that Kim has up there in the schedule, they may have to look at social, how they're gonna handle those.
how's they
And
gonna
they,
do that?
with the courts will have to figure that out.
They've got months to figure that out.
Yeah, they do.
Can I respond to that, the jury question?
Yes.
This is Kim. We do have some plans in the works to where if we did have a jury trial and this is still an issue going on, and like I said, this would be until September, where jury selection would be held with plans to keep social distancing. The jury would actually remain in the courtroom, and the other parties, like the judges and the attorneys, would go into the judges' chambers. So we do have plans in the works that would make it workable. So.
Right.
Anything else?
That's pretty much all we wanted to really discuss.
Anybody has any questions, get a hold of us or Julie or Larry or somebody. One of us will get you an answer if you have a question. All right, thank you guys.
Oh,
What?
public restroom.
So you're gonna get a welcome email.
Well, we just discussed that.
So you get
We
password
discussed
and
that
then you get
earlier. We're
response to
probably,
Jason. So
we
that
can't
way we don't conflict
probably keep them
anymore.
out. It's gonna have to be
Sorry about
cleaned immediately after anyone goes in there.
Each person, one goes in,
And I'm not sure how
they
that
come out, it gets clean.
It's gonna happen.
And someone else goes back in, they come out, it gets clean. So
Your bathrooms don't lock.
probably. And then
Because
just
as
sneak
a
them in.
public entity, you can't shut it down.
Nope.
A lock,
No
so you just
pooping
have
allowed.
to get clearance to go in, then you know somebody's been in there, then you would know to go clean. But that's okay, you can work around it.
Right. It'll be frustrating, but we'll get there.
You send them to the basement.
Right.
Yeah.
Okay. All right.
Out of order.
When did you want to talk about this?
It's coming after the budget amendment, and I think we have to call him. Do you have his
Oh,
number?
I see.
Do you have his number?
I got his card.
Okay, I think we have the same number. Is it the same number as what's on the bottom of the flyer?
Yes.
Okay, so we'll call him when we get to that. I told him probably around 10:30, 10:45-ish time frame, probably.
You're still live.
Yeah, okay, thank you.
Thanks for waiting. Okay, what do we got?
I got, since the other gentleman took the Shenandoah police officer job, I have a jailer that was working here up until 6 months ago, quit, and now is coming back, so it'll be Connor McQuillan. He's passed physical, psychological, and the drug screen. His first day of work would be June 1st, and his salary would be $35,429.
And he's been here, left.
He left to go to Ord, Nebraska for a police officer job, And then after he had turned in his resignation, then they didn't accept him. So he did some other things in between time, has reapplied, and so.
How much
So
you
he's
said,
back.
35 what?
35,429. So he'll start at the beginning rate, Richard.
Well, and he knows what's all
Good.
going on.
Yep.
Super
No
deal.
training needed.
Yeah.
And I think-
Jolene already has one.
I think they were bringing it up in the paperwork today, Carol. So
Okay.
A motion to approve or disapprove?
I make a motion for the sheriff to hire Connor McQuillan, starting on June 1st for $35,429.
Second.
Got a motion and a second to approve the sheriff to hire a new jailer. Is there any discussion? You up to full staff then with
that
this?
will be full staff.
Again?
I said that last time. though.
Again, right.
I wonder if that's a curse or something when you say I'm full. I don't know.
I don't know.
Hearing none, all those in favor?
Aye.
Alright,
Yeah, we got that approved at what, 10, and I think I was going to get a juvenile up in juvenile detention, and he called me right before I left at 1:30 and said, I hate to do this, but
Oh, Kim.
I understand, you know,
happens.
it happens. It's what he really wants to do, so let
Right.
him do it.
Alrighty,
So
well,
we're
thank
cool.
you, Kim.
You bet, thanks, guys.
Come on back, see you in a week or two.
All right.
Hopefully not, hopefully not. So we have a little break till the budget amendment, because it's not till 10.
Alright, our next agenda item is at 10 o'clock. We'll take a short break here and we'll see y'all back at 10. Okay, welcome back, everybody. It's 10 o'clock. Our next item agenda is a public hearing for the budget amendment for the 2019-2020 fiscal year. Carol, would you like to brief us quickly on that? Just to.
Sure. We had some unforeseen expenses, obviously, with the elections. We have an amendment in there, the amount of postage that we had not accounted for. I mean, we put a good chunk in there this year, and obviously we've gone through every bit of that and then some. When we're having to put postage on close to 2,700 ballots so far, it was a little more than normal. And some other expenses with that. We have had some revenues have come in to help support some of our expenditures. We did have the secondary roads had to move money from his cash balance to pay for his building. And we have had someone had not figured FICA IPers in the budget for a new employee, so we had to put that in there. And we had some other expenditures but there was a lot of it that was supported by revenue. So we had probably $58,367, and public health had some grants too that had come in that they weren't anticipating, and we put those monies back in their line items as well. So overall, it was a necessity, budgets only.
Okay, do we have a motion to open the public hearing?
So move
I second it.
at 10:03.
We've got a motion to open the public hearing at 10:03 for the budget amendment. Is there any discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Okay, any public written comments, call-ins?
Haven't heard anything.
Nobody's said anything here on YouTube. I'll refresh that to check. All 6 county offices are, all 4 county offices are listening. Okay, do we have a motion to close the public hearing?
I make a motion to close the public hearing.
Second.
We'll call that at 10:04. Any discussion on that? Hearing none, all those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Alright. Resolution 20-22, budget amendment.
Basically, it just identifies the departments and where the changes were made.
It'll be printed.
Mhm.
Published. Okay.
I'll make a motion to approve resolution 20-22 for the budget amendment.
And I second on that.
We've got a motion and a second to approve resolution 20-22 budget amendment. Is there any discussion? Hearing none, we will do a roll call vote.
Mayberry,
Yes.
Crouch,
Yes.
Denton.
Yes.
All right, I need you all
Motion
3 to
carries.
sign on this page, and Lonnie needs to sign on the front page as well. I have 2 copies. There's the other one. Welcome back.
We'll go back.
Lonnie, just, not
Yeah.
this
Yeah, that's 2 copies. He needs to sign the front page too, Lonnie.
front page on that, oh.
Yeah, the very front page.
We approved your budget admin.
All right. So you can spend more money.
Yeah.
That would just make your headache go away.
And I closed out, and I am closing out this week, some small projects. Yeah, but we'll get the state's 10% match then with those, and a little bit. But I talked to the district engineer who's administering our ER programs, and I turned that in end of April, or beginning of April, end of March, and so he thought it should be 8 weeks, 4 to 8 weeks, and told me to call him again this week if I don't have it. So that's still on him. PJ thought that they might be able to get me the debris removal
should be.
cost by before the end of the fiscal year. So
Cost or reimbursement?
reimbursement.
Good.
That will be wonderful.
Yeah. So
Yeah.
Good for you.
I feel like a bill collector chasing
Yeah, I
down. I need some.
Looking to our
Yeah.
road.
I need a heavy.
I think I call you Guido. Going after the public there.
I would make a motion for the chair to authorize to sign the 28E for mental health advocate position.
I'll second it.
We have a motion and a second to authorize the chair to sign the 2080 agreement for mental health advocate position. Is there any discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
All right.
Just one?
This one.
That was easy.
I briefed them a little bit on the next item, and, you know, kind of where we are with it and how what we can do, but he wanted to, I gave you guys all a handout, and we'll call Bill on the phone here in just a second and discuss this grant that they're administering, and he can maybe tell you a little bit more about it. So,
Kind of my thoughts on it were you can't repeat funding, so it can't go toward any of our projects that we've already identified through FEMA or the ER program, and we did a good job capturing, you know, all our projects. But the one thing I could think of was we still have debris in some of our ditches and roadways down there, especially in the river bottom area.
And it looks nasty.
Yeah,
Yeah.
and it needs to get picked up, but that would be the only project that has come to mind that we
Do
are
they
not
have
getting
their
funded.
trucks and,
So they
any
would
of
not,
that?
they would not provide trucks, so we'd have to use our own trucks. And I'd want one of our own guys using the skid loader, loading the trucks, but, you know, a couple laborers out there with bags, bagging up stuff. They do provide small equipment, so he said they could provide chainsaws and stuff. So maybe some laborers and maybe a couple truck drivers. I still need to get with my foreman and see if, with the seal coating and dust control applications going on, how many spare trucks we have, if we have any spare
is this
trucks.
under a time frame type of thing, Corey?
That would be a question for him.
Yeah. That's kind
I
of
think it's
bizarre.
kind of up until they run out of money, I believe. But we would have to, they would screen the applicants, but then we would still have to interview and hire them. And pay the wages and complete evaluation for them, but then we'd be reimbursed a lot of their costs.
Well, too bad they weren't here about a year ago. I mean, you know, when there was a lot of work to be done.
Yeah, but then you're still trying to determine
What to do.
which project do we apply for FEMA funds and which ones we do for this funds. I don't know. And that project, that debris pickup, it would be temporary, very temporary, 2-3 weeks maybe tops, and so.
Right.
I mean, I don't know if it's worth the hassle of hiring 5 people for 2-3 weeks of time.
Well, and I kind of suggested to him that maybe, you know, when they do whoever gets the bids on the
Debris.
demolition, they could maybe be able to hire those people somewhere. And he thought that was a great idea, but I said, you know, I don't know who's
Can
going to get
they,
that yet.
can they go work for the state? I mean,
Well,
there's a lot
let's
of,
get him on the phone and then you can ask him questions.
there's a lot of cleanup along there too.
Well, and he can do state. You want to dial it just 9 and.
I'm gonna sneak out here in a few minutes anyway. Let's get this one done.
Thank you for calling Iowa Works of Council Bluffs. If you know your party's extension, please dial it now. To reach the directory,
wait while I transfer your call.
Good morning, this is Bill.
Hi, Bill. This is Carol at the auditor's office. We're with the Board of Supervisors and Corey Gaston, Carol Benton, Lonnie Mayberry, and Richard Crouch for discuss about the flood disaster recovery employment program.
Okay. Can y'all hear me?
Yes.
Yeah, real good.
Okay, were you able to distribute the flyer that I sent you?
I did.
Yes.
Okay. Well, basically, this is a 2-year grant program that was awarded to Iowa Western Community College, and the purpose is to provide up to 6 months of temporary employment for dislocated workers who lost their jobs due to either the flood of 2019 or it's been expanded to those that's been hit by the C-19. And the mission is to provide funding for payment of wages, healthcare and workers' compensation for employers to hire temporary employers to restore public infrastructure and services in devastated areas. Basically to assist with debris cleanup and recovery efforts, and provide equipment and supplies as well. So the areas of work that we can work at is any public entity that's been affected by the flood, so any city property, county property, any road and bridges districts, any levees districts, and state, city, and county parks. The type of work that these temporary employees are to do can be various, but typically it'd be like debris removal, including trees and vegetations. They will also be able to help in the demolition of structures. And I know you down in PJ area, there's going to be a lot of houses that are going down, and also Mills County has quite a few houses, but any of those structures that need to come down that are of public ownership, FEMA or the county, these temporary employees can work there. They can do pressure washing, interior and exterior of buildings, structures, equipment, playgrounds, things of that nature, painting of damaged buildings, or, at state parks or the county parks like picnic tables or fire rings, things of that nature. They can do landscaping, raking, shoveling, wheelbarrow work, as well as seeding and planting of trees and bushes. Clean out, repair levees or culverts, repair roads and levees, restore playgrounds and trails if you have any of those. And then, other flood-related duties will be, considered. This is by no means an exhaustive list of anything that these folks can do. So basically, it's just providing general labor, possibly skilled labor if we can find it. And they'll be doing like I said, mostly debris removal, but they can also do operating of equipment and worksite vehicles. The program allows for all PPE for temporary employees to be provided by this grant. So any hard hats, safety glasses, earplugs, steel-toe boots, clothes, things of that nature will be provided. For the employer, shovels, rakes, chainsaws, and other equipment that is requested will be provided. So it's kind of a nice little program here for someone if they need some employees, temporary employees, to be able to get help from the state to pay for these. And as far as the flyer is concerned, it kind of goes over the main points of that. Iowa Western will pre-screen the employees. We can get them physicals. We can provide the employer with small tools or small equipment, tools and supplies. Every job site will have to have some sort of first aid kit. And then we'll provide supervisor orientation on the paperwork that we need to have filled out for this type of thing. And then all the employer has to do is interview the employee that we find, provide us with a job description so that we can advertise for it, pay competitive wages, provide a W-9, submit timesheets, and after 90 days you're supposed to have an employee evaluation, but I think most jobs are going to be a week or 2 weeks kind of thing. And then Iowa Western will reimburse any and all background checks and drug screening. We'll provide safety training or reimburse you for safety training. We pay wages, including overtime. We pay for the health care and the workers' compensation. So it's a nice little program. Originally, it's supposed to run until March of next year. However, I think a lot of these projects are going to go on for maybe a year or two longer. So we'll just kind of have to see when the end date will be. But for right now, it's a nice little program. I've been pitching it to a lot of the contractors down in your area, and I'm working with a couple of them right now. And then I've also been pitching to a lot of the other counties that's in Area 13. I'm in the southern part of the state here, so right now we're Area 13, and I've got 7 counties that I'm working with to get all this information out to.
Bill, do we have any idea how many people we're talking about here?
Right now, I've got $1.7 million to give away, and I've got 147 positions that I need to fill. So if you guys have anybody that you need for your parks or for your streets or your ditches, we can supply those folks. Now, I have been talking with Karina down in PJ, and I know she's been wanting to work with you guys to get ditches cleaned up on the east side of town there coming into PJ. She kind of mentioned maybe working with you guys on that, seeing if there's something you both could do. So, if that's of interest, I'd like to work with you both on that. And I've talked with Corey a couple of times, and although he's been swamped, he's been very gracious, and he comes out and at least says hi, listens to me for a minute or two, and he's kind of thinking of maybe some things that we can do to help him. But once again, I think a big part of this program is not only the employees, but we provide all the equipment that goes along with these employees. Won't provide a skid steer or bulldozer or anything like that, but a lot of the smaller equipment I think we could maybe work with you on providing, and then you can keep it afterwards. So,
Bill, when you talk about like the county parks and city parks and what have you, is that only if they've been affected by the flooding?
yes, in some way, shape, or form. If the flood damaged part of that, trees are dead, we have to clean out some culverts, picnic tables need rebuilt because of the flood, that type of stuff. That's kind of what we're we're looking to do is restore that type of thing.
That's what that's.
Excuse me.
I'm also seeing a lot of cleanup for along state highways. Bill, is that possible for this?
Oh, yeah.
Because there's a lot of debris, along the interstate from the flooding and the, no. So that would be a possible for you to notify them, Bill, because some of it's pretty nasty.
Yeah.
Looks pretty nasty.
Corey, you got anything to add to this, or do you think it's a usable product or not?
It's hard to say. You guys know about my cash flow issues. I'm worried about here in the near future. And I mean, it's reimbursable, and so not having the money up front is always kind of a worry with that. But like Bill said, the only kind of project I've been able to think of is the debris we have down in the river bottom where we didn't pick up everything when we were doing that debris removal project. And to be honest, I can't tell you if that's a week-long project or 3-week-long project.
So we have to provide all
We'd
the
have to provide the trucks ourselves
equipment.
and a loader. How we're going to load the trucks. It'd be basically laborers to bag the stuff that is too small from the loader, or laborers for maybe chainsawing larger limbs, make it fit, and if they can provide any CDL drivers to drive the trucks to the landfill and back. We'd also have to pay our own landfill landing fees. That's about the only project I've been able to think of.
Yeah. Well, I mean, the parks can always use help, but we didn't get any flood damage.
From the flood damage, right?
I don't think Jared has any flood damage I don't think, in any of his parks. Do you think he did? I didn't.
No, West Oak was probably, I mean, that's just above where the flood line was, and it's all up in the hills.
So Bill, how soon, let's just say Corey comes up with something that we never thought about. How fast is the
Process?
Yeah.
pay him back? I mean, he's waiting for FEMA money, which you and I know it's been months and months and months. Is this another one of those deals, Bill, or is if once he submits a bill, it gets paid right away?
Well, I am told that it's within 7 to 10 business days.
Oh, okay. All right.
So, it'd be the first week, of course, and then we'd fill out the timesheets, and then we'd submit the timesheets, and then like 7 to 10 days after that, then you guys should be getting a check.
Okay.
So, do you think you can cover something for about 2 or 3 weeks, Corey? Think that'd be an issue?
He's trying to think of jobs.
We have to budget them. I mean, obviously, we would have to budget them in because that money would be coming in and it's not scheduled to be, yeah. Something we can talk about at least.
Well, at
see
least
if
he can
it's,
try to think of there's something that comes up or whatever.
Yeah, and I need to talk to my foreman to see what kind of
If there's something
truck availability we have.
Signage. If signage needs to be replaced or put back up because of that, I mean, that's anything like that. Any type of general labor type stuff. And I'm trying to think of everything, but you never can, The list could be really long. But one thing, too, is, Carol, you asked about the process. Once you guys come up with a project, I have to fill out a form, and then I have to send it through the Department of Labor just to make sure that it meets all their qualifications and all that good stuff. But then some of the things that we might be able to pay for, and I'm not guaranteeing this at all, but we may even be able to pay for the landfill landing fees. I'd have to run that up the pole, but I'm just thinking of all these things that are flood related that we might be able to tack onto this and help you guys out. Certainly the bags that we would use to pick up trash, be it paper or plastic, we'd pay for those. The muck boots, if it's kind of a marshy area, we'd be paying for those. Just all kinds of possibilities here that we could work with you on to get some stuff cleaned up or fixed.
Okay, well, thank you for coming up with this, and we'll be working with you. Probably, I don't know, it's going to be a tough sell on some of this. I think, trying to get things organized. It sounds like lots of red tape, but I know how the government works, and we will probably be getting in touch with you.
Yeah, I'm trying to keep the red tape down to a minimum. Like I said, I just have a form to fill out. It's not a really big form. Myself and Kayleen Page, she's my supervisor, we go over it real good. She's got a pretty good handle on the program. We send it up to the Department of Labor. They approve it, and we work with you guys to get the job descriptions. Then we advertise for that. Or I'm located at the Workforce Development Office here at the Omni Center, so we can work with those folks for to get temporary employees quick. And hopefully within, like I said, you get the paperwork filled out. Hopefully within a couple of weeks we'd be, delivering people to you, and maybe within 3 weeks you could be working on your project. So, but it's not a FEMA thing. So.
Okay.
And then also I do have, and I think I talked with Carol. Does anybody have a FEMA contact down there?
Like I told him, we have one and then they move on, and we don't have any one specific. Do you, Corey?
I have my PDMG, or my one contact.
Who's that? What's a PDMG?
Project Development Manager, something. I think something like that. It's just my main contact. It has changed, like Carol says. Mine has changed. Mine is now Mara Saldara. That's her name.
Okay. Can I call you a little bit later on to get some contact information? We're working with Bike Construction down there on a little portion of the Missouri River Basin levee down south, and before I can, get the DOL approval on this, I need to let the FEMA person know.
Okay.
Yeah.
That'd be fine.
Yeah, you can definitely contact me, and I'll get you her number.
Okay, that's perfect. So.
Find it right now.
But folks, if there's anything that is remotely flood related of some sort, we're here to be used, and we'll be as flexible as we can, and we'd like to put some people to work. And ideally, it'd be if you know anybody that's been affected by, like I said, the COVID thing or even the flood thing. Let me know. We'll interview them or pre-screen them, and then you guys can interview them. And if they're worthy, then you can hire them. So we'd like to get the local people to do the local work, if you know what I mean.
Yes. Yes.
Good deal. Okay.
Well, thank you. We'll probably be in touch.
Okay. Yeah. And I'm down there every week anyway, so I'll every couple of weeks I'll bug Corey, and if anything comes up, why, I'm right here.
Okay. Good enough.
Right, hey, thanks to y'all.
Thanks, Bill.
Bye-bye.
Bye. Okay.
There's an awful lot of red tape in that thing.
Well, there is and there isn't. I mean,
Yeah.
but the problem was, okay, so my understanding is that he pre-screens them and then you just have to interview them, so he gets the people for the position and then all you have to do is interview and say go. Is that what I'm gathering?
I think you got that right.
Okay. It's a little better than,
But, I mean, we'd have to treat him like a full-time employee, right? I mean, it's
sounds
just,
like it, yeah. I mean,
I mean, they have to shadow somebody of ours. Is that right?
I don't
don't
think
think
I want,
so.
I don't want him out there, on our roadway without having one of our guys around.
Well,
yeah.
I mean, they won't have a county vehicle or anything like that. I'm quite certain they'd have to be dressed accordingly. I mean, with all the bright stripes and everything, but still, how you gonna tell
Well, they
what
apparently
they,
pay for all
what
that.
they're doing? You know,
Well, yeah, you
Yeah,
wouldn't just
I would
send
have
them
to-
off on their own, but yeah.
So,
I would
in my
definitely-
eyes, picking up debris is about the only good thing that they could possibly be doing.
Yeah,
And
they can't really do any of our road repair
no,
work.
no. And do we
well,
want to
they don't
pay
have
for
any
that?
equipment, and I don't feel
I'd rather have
at
our
ease
expertise.
taking our equipment and saying, "Oh, here, go ahead and run it." No,
Yeah, he wasn't too confident when I told him I'd need a CDL drivers, you know, to haul material to the truck, to landfill.
okay.
All right,
Okay. Here, sign this. Next thing on the item is discuss,
yes, you have them signed, yeah.
all we need is a motion.
Rent dollars to employ a temporary helper.
No, that was what we just discussed. That was what
That's it.
that was.
So we don't
There's
need-
no, no action taken on that, no. The next one, Supervisor Mayberry had to leave for to take a call, so.
I'm out of here. See you
Okay.
guys.
See ya.
If you think about, bring some figures for the 190th Street project, see what we've spent, what you think. Hopefully we won't be short.
Oh, you mean the building project?
No,
right?
for the 190th Street.
Oh,
Or the overhead.
overpass?
Okay.
Yeah.
That's coming out right from the market account.
Yeah,
Yeah, we are over.
no, we just need a motion to authorize the chair to sign specific environmental review for Evans and Klein Site 14.
And what the
Thank-
heck does that mean?
It's through the CDBG.
I'm
It's
working
part of
with-
the grant.
I'm working with Jared.
Right.
So good.
Yeah, I make up my mind.
Evans Klein Site 14 bank stabilization. What the heck is that?
It's part of the CDBG thing, yeah.
But is Evans
Clear
Klein?
down. It's
That's
got-
one of their contracts, I think.
it's gotta be part of some land down in there someplace.
Oh.
Clean, is that clean or, do you pronounce it clean or Klein?
Oh, I thought it could be Klein.
Tree removal. I'm sure our guys would like to go out there and root the tree or two. But, we could probably do that. I don't like, I don't like doing that.
Okay. Okay. Sorry. Had a question.
See ya.
Okay. So, did you take a
Yes.
motion to sign?
I
Okay.
motion.
Okay.
And a motion made by Benton, seconded by Crouch to authorize the chair to sign environmental renew for Evans Klein Site 14 bank stabilization. Any further discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Motion carries.
Okay, we're on break until like about 11, or I could call Supervisor Mayor Cohn right now and get him online.
Sure. Well, what's Randy's project at the park? Do you know?
Well, that's what he's gonna have to give us an update on. I'm not sure what he is. I mean, I know in the past, we've always, help the park whatever we can on a specific project. So, well, yeah.
We're gonna take about a 25-minute break.
Yeah, we will take a break now. Till
And ladies and gentlemen, we're back. And at this time, we have Randy Romans with the Glenwood Park Board on the phone with us for a request for funding. Go ahead, Randy, the floor's yours.
Oh. Wow,
There you go.
excellent.
It's all yours.
Excellent. Well, thank you. Well, Ron Cohen had given me a call, and he had said that there's conversations out there about possible funding from the supervisors to assist with the park. And we have got about, I'm looking at my list here. I'd say about 9 to 10 different projects that are going on right now that can use some funding assistance. And one of the biggest ones that I was completely unaware of is the levee around the lake is eroding really bad. And it's in between, you got the big lake and the small lake. And there's some erosion, and I guess there are some critters getting into the bank and the muskrats and stuff like that. And the erosion is going on to where it's getting to the point where it's getting up next to the walking path, and that might actually collapse here in a little while. So we'd like to get that fixed up, get some riprap in there, get some fill, and then part of the thing that's happening there too. I think I'm not sure, but there's about 100-yard stretch of road in between the two lakes that need some pretty serious repair, possibly ripping them up completely, putting a really good base underneath it. Ron Maddox, the park supervisor, he said that he fixes them, but he can tell you pretty much within 2 feet of where the potholes are going to be because of the underlying problem. There's a bunch of trees that are coming down that are getting old, and they're going to start falling into the lake, and we like to do some preventive measures and get them out of there. Ron said that there's about 9 or 10 other trees throughout the park that need to be removed for safety reasons because there's some widowmakers hanging there, and with storms and stuff like that could happen, and some of those could come down. I don't know if you're aware of, onto a different topic but the Glenwood youth baseball and softball teams all got together, and there's a committee. They came before the park board and asked to assist with some renovations. And City Field is being renovated to where we've got new light poles coming in, new dugouts, or the dugouts are going to be fixed up. What they'd like to do too is get the bleachers lifted and get some concrete or a good base underneath them, because right now they're actually sitting in mud and muck. They'd like to get that fixed at the City Field. And then on Field 4, they've pulled up the fencing, and they're replacing dugouts. Long-term goal is to take Field 5, the larger, the big baseball field, and flip it and take the home field, and instead of way back in the corner, put the home plate next over there closer to Field 4. Just completely switch center field and the home plate. And then Field 3 needs a little bit of fixing, and they're working on a concession stand. And what they're doing is they've raised a lot of money, but they're still going to need some assistance from the city and the park for some of the funding. And then also the park, or the city, has purchased a plot of land on the south side of the park, on the south side of the campground, and that with a long-term goal of expanding the campgrounds to get about 4 or 5 more stalls in down there, so we can utilize that down there, and we're going to need to get in some infrastructure in there. So as you heard, there's a lot of different things going on with the parks, and I was just wondering if the supervisors would be interested in a $15,000 donation. That's what donation ain't the right word, I don't think.
Yeah.
Contribution?
I don't know what word to use.
Yeah.
But Ron looked at me and he says, I said, I'm going to tell them what we need. What they can do what they want, but me, I don't ask for little. I like to.
I noticed that, Randy. You're doing a good job. Keep it up.
Yeah. So there's a lot of different projects going on, and I know there's going to be some money. And one of the biggest problems that we have right now is our income, part of our budget. The campgrounds is a large part of the income.
Yep.
And it's huge. And the kids playing and the YMCA, and we're hurting for cash. So
Welcome to our world.
yeah, isn't it great?
Yeah.
So, well, anyways, I just thought I'd throw that out there for you guys.
Okay.
Do you have any costs on any specific projects, Randy? I mean, like a breakdown of the projects that you're looking at, what the costs are, because typically the Board of Supervisors will pay for a project. And, that amount.
Okay. Right off the top of my head, I know the City Field, Sean Kohler and that crew have done a great job of breaking it down. And I could ask them actually, I could get their presentation. And they were talking like $100,000, but a lot of it is in kind. Their donations are in kind, and they've got some really. Sean and the team have done a really good job of breaking it down as far as the fields go. The lake, and to me, the biggest one on this, because I know the baseball and softball teams will get together and they're selling banners, for advertising to put on the outside of the fences and things like that. So I know they're doing a lot of money raising, but I guess the one I'm looking at is, and I don't know what it's going to cost because I just found out about it, but this whole levee and the erosion going on at the lake, and sometime if you're going out, it's way on the south end, in between the two lakes. And the levee is going down, and it's getting really close to the walking path. Yeah. And Ron Maddox, he's thinking it's getting to the point where that walking path might actually start collapsing. I don't know what the money. I don't know what it's going to take.
Is that anything
I got to sit down and talk to him about maybe dredging it and pulling some of the riprap that it may have gone down in. Maybe get a nice long arm backhoe in there and start dredging some of that stuff back up and rebuilding the bank. I don't know what it takes. So to answer your question, I do not have any specific.
Okay. Well, and with your talking about that sort of thing, I'm wondering if maybe Golden Hills couldn't help you with some sort of that project. And Carol mentioned maybe MAPPA as well.
Maybe more of a foundation can help, Randy, than the county flipping in. I mean, that's what they do. So, and I'm sit on both those boards, so I sure will contact who I need to contact and get that rolling.
Another one, there might
I know Steve Hunt does a good job of looking for grants and things like that too. So, and he's also on the park board.
Who's that, Randy?
Steve Hunt, the museum.
Oh, Steve Hunt. Yeah. All right.
Yeah. He does a really nice job of knowing how to write grants. I can spell the word. That's about all I can do with grants.
Okay. All right.
He does a nice job of searching some out. And I'd like to chat with Ron too to see what, and he probably doesn't know much, Ron Maddox, he probably doesn't know much about grant writing and other foundations like you're talking about. So, but I think the road is a big project. I think that would probably be the most expensive because I think there's about 100 yards in there that needs to be. I don't know if you've driven on that road lately, but
yeah,
it can beat your vehicle up pretty good.
I walked it.
And then they're talking about completely ripping it out, fixing it, getting a good base in that 100 yards, and then steel coning it.
The
But-
sad thing about that is, I think the engineer, the previous engineer had something worked out with Stay-Built at the time when they came in, and it was not going to cost very much. This is a few years ago, and then the city vetoed it, and it didn't happen. So I think we were almost a part of that at one time. So
Yeah, that's before my time.
I know. I gave you that grace.
Yeah, there's,
Well, Randy,
I know 15,000.
Randy, this is Richard. What I'd like to have you do is get us some breakdowns on these projects. You know, you're talking about the levee around the bank stabilization, the trees, the road repairs, campground. Get us some kind of a fixed number that we can come help you with. That's how we've done it in the past, and if you would do that, I know we would come up with some funding then. Okay.
yeah, that sounds awesome.
I will
I was-
tell you 15,000 is probably not an option.
So you're looking at more like 25 then, or what?
I think the trails got a good chunk of that. So
Well, then,
depends
yeah.
on what hat you want to wear.
Randy, I hate to tell you that you're going the wrong direction.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, I was gonna bring that up, and thank you guys for that 20. That was awesome. That 25. That's really cool. I mean, talk about a nice little, shot in the arm and letting people know that we're ready to go. So we'll see what happens after this whole COVID thing. But I'm really hoping that we can actually maybe break some ground on a little bit of stuff here this year to utilize some of that funding that you guys have been so generous with. So.
Yep. No, but if you would,
Well-
if you would do that, I'd appreciate it. I know Lonnie would too, so.
Okay.
And
Well,
Randy, I would
I will
rather,
get with, go ahead.
I would rather do foundation money than grants. So I'll dig into MAPPA and Golden Hills and see what we can come up with.
Okay.
Grants,
I'll
just did
I'll
not pay
get
back.
together with Maddox, with Ron a little bit, and actually with Ron Cohn, the mayor and those guys too, and an estimate, because I really have no clue. I know
Right.
there's usually a lot of zeros involved with that stuff, so and we'll just see where we can go from there.
Okay.
That'll be great.
Thank you, Randy.
You bet. Thank you guys. Appreciate it for listening.
You bet, Randy.
You bet. Bye-bye.
Bye.
Bye. Okay. Oh, was? Oh, it was for computer. Okay. All right. So, I think the next thing we got is
You gotta get Ron on the phone or what?
Yep, I gotta call him. Hang on.
Is he in the office today?
I don't know where he's at. I don't know where he's at. He just gave me his
Another
cell
one
phone number.
we can check with the SWIPCO. They might have some kind of grant program, I'll check with all of them. I mean, the amount of money we have paid to them out of Mills County, the work that we've given them.
MAPPA is trying to get some money for Jim's Legion. They're at Silver City. They were tickled to death. So,
Good morning.
Good morning.
morning, Ron.
We have Ron Cohn on the phone, Mayor of Glenwood, who wishes to talk to us about pickleball funding.
Yeah, it was too far to walk to come over to visit with you, so we just sat here and called you.
Good plan.
That's right, we'd had to handcuff and mask you anyway, so, that's just the way it is.
I was gonna say, I don't think my password works anymore. We do have a couple people here. Roger and Sally are both here, if you have any questions or anything like that. So basically, we are getting to the point that going out for bids. And so we need to make sure that we have all of our funding sources that we can tap into tapped. And so we wanted to approach you with one last opportunity here to see if you were able to find some funding.
So whereabouts is the quota? How far have they gotten?
They're preparing the project for bids, and so it's a matter of, I think they have to figure out what is the dollar cost you're projecting that you're looking at.
This morning, it looks like 140,000 is bare bones.
Okay, 140,000, and possibly a little bit more. Now,
And what is
we're
our
not asking
goal?
all of that from the county.
And Ron, what is our goal?
That was, I think they were looking earlier, once upon a time, it was in the range of 180,000. I think they've been able to pare it down, and get it into that $140,000 to $150,000 range.
All right.
Well, Ron, you know, this is a tough time for us, for you guys too. I mean, we got hit last year with the flood, and this year with this coronavirus has just put everything in a tailspin. But at this time, we was going to offer $2,500. I don't know whether we could come up with any more later on or not, but our budget looks kind of wacko, you know.
Okay.
So that would be our.
There's only been a couple things that have changed, so yes, I understand that, Richard.
So that's what we're offering today.
Okay.
You know, so.
One of the things, let me throw this in, because we're looking at the site down there, and there's a possibility that we might need some concrete riprap in the future to stabilize the bank a little bit, because it runs pretty close to the creek over there. So there might come a time in which we would try to steal something off your concrete pile down there.
Well, we could talk to the engineer and stuff. Yes, I don't think that could be a very good possibility that we could work with.
Okay.
All right.
Well, we appreciate whatever you can come up with.
Well, yeah, I'd like to have it more too, but boy, it just isn't there, you know. So.
Oh, I understand that there's only so much in the pot, and
I mean, Randy Romans just asked for the Glenwood Park for 15,000. So it's like, man, is this a tough morning?
I knew we should have went ahead of Randy.
Yeah.
See? Well, trust me, Randy didn't get.
Yeah, Randy didn't get his either. We just laughed at him.
You guys put the right people on your boards, don't you?
Yes, sir. Well, we don't put shy people on the boards around here.
Obviously.
So.
Well, but they are also people that get things done, and so we're really pleased that the pickleball people have really worked their rear ends off, and they've made contacts, approached people, and they have put a lot of sweat equity into this one. So we are very grateful for what they've done, and so
Right.
Your help is appreciated also.
Well. Okay, Ron, I'm sorry we can't do more right now, but maybe next
Maybe
year or
later.
something.
We'll keep
Okay,
working
well,
at it.
If you happen to come out of the courthouse today and see people standing out there with a cup and support your local pickleball courts, throw a buck in.
Okay.
Ron, I don't want to see you standing outside the door.
I'll give them my umbrella.
Thanks.
No, thank you very much. And I hope that someday in the near future you'll be able to get down there and get some exercise and have some fun, because it's a great project.
Super. We will do that.
Okay.
And just for the funding, who do we make the check out to, and where do I send it?
Okay, you would make it out to the city because everything has to go through us.
Okay.
So send it to the city attention pickleball account.
Okay. All right.
All right, Ron, thank you.
Thank you.
You bet. We'll look forward to getting those bids in here, and hopefully you'll see some action down there.
Okay,
Okay.
Thanks for your help.
you're welcome. See ya.
Bye now.
Okay, now you need to make a motion.
Need a motion from you.
I make a motion to, give the pickleball people $2,500.
I will second that. We have a motion made and seconded to donate $2,500 to the Pickleball Foundation. Is there any further discussion? Not, all those in favor? Opposed? Motion carries. Folks, this concludes our agenda for the day. You can tune in next week at the same time, 8:15. Talk to you then. Thank you.
No, actually, it won't be the same time. It'll be on June 4th.
Oh, that's right.
Oh, that's right.
Next
Hey,
week will actually be on June 4th.
sorry, folks.
June 4th.
Next week's election day.
Make sure you vote.
Thank you for visiting.
No, push the button. Push the button. No, you just undid it. Don't get too. Okay, wait, do it again.
Gotta be red.